Hit the like button. We are live.
I didn't move back to Baltimore. I didn't move campus. Okay, so you don't. So I didn't move back to Baltimore. That's where my camp is. That's where my church is. That's where my son therapy is. That's where my support is.
I'm getting up early in the morning, going to New York. Please hit the like button. I'm in the bed, but we trying to get some content in. I love you, ladies. Rock out with me. Let's go. Chrisean is live.
Pull you back, pull you down. Okay? Alright. You following me? Okay. That's not. That's always gonna be home, but that's not. You didn't move back. Yeah. No. I'm on an assignment. Live out here, but I just have to be dedicated and agenda focused, so I'm where my coach is. Okay, got it. And so, how is it having grown up in Baltimore, made it out of Baltimore, and then going back? Is this like being home? I just stay in the house and go to the gym. Stay in the house, go to the gym. That's it. Yeah. So you ain't outside? No. Why? It's no need. Like when you focus, I'm locked in. That's why, chat. All I gotta do is take a couple M's, knock somebody out. I'm gonna stay in the house. The last time I was outside, I'm fighting a girl. Guess what happened after that fight, chat? My hand hurt, bro. Now I'm in the gym punching with her. I'm just saying, like, stay in the house, stay locked in. Period. So you on a mission? It's just like, it's no point. But I do travel on the weekends. But I just stopped traveling on the weekends. But I had to come back because I had court with it. This Monday? Yeah. What's that court? So I'm glad, like, I was able to come here to add court. If I didn't have court, I wouldn't have went to LA. One thing about LA, I be running from LA. I be running from the people there. I be just running. I be running. I be like, cause you know, like that dog in me gotta stay asleep. You feel me? Like that dog in me has to go to hell. Like that motherfucker gotta go in the grave, stay there, stay there, stay there. You feel me? So I can stay on track. Like, yeah, cause he stopped my traveling last weekend. So I can focus. For your coach? Yeah, because we're close to the fight, September 19th. Okay. So you came here for court. What's happening on Monday?
Please hit the like button, ladies.
Nobody can really stop your traveling. You just respect what they recommend. Like, you have to be coachable, Chad. Like, I'm not one of them girls like, oh, I can't travel because of my coach. I don't want to travel. I want to fight. I want to get in that gym. I want to be the best fighter there is. I need to learn. I need to catch up. You know how many girls that been fighting since they were 6 years old, bro? I've been fighting in the streets. If I had their mechanics and their time that they spent in the gym, I didn't make up for that time. Yeah. I'm trying to be the best of the best of the best, taking this serious. Something that traffic ticket or something. Okay, so yeah. Something minor. Yeah. Okay, so you're home training every day, and you, the coach that you had, what's his name again? Coach Calvin. So how did you meet Coach Calvin? Okay, so one of my family members, his name Banks, he was at Target, and so Banks is a long-time friend. He's not really a family member, but he was one nigga that was in the field with me when I got jumped and pulling people off my hair. Like when the girls was trying to get overly carried away, and then when the homies gripped their gun, that was the nigga that was willing to get shot and robbed for me while I was getting jumped. So now he's my brother. That's my family member now. You get me? But we're gonna get back to she called me I just ran to take. I said, what? Go give him the phone. So then he went, gave me the phone, and I started talking to him, asking for rides. Like, what should I do? Why would you get in the gym? Are you training people? Where are you at? You know what I'm saying? What do you best suggest? He was like, Calvin Ford, that's my coach. That's one thing about Tank. That was some humble, I'm gonna say it right now. When I was on that phone, I was talking for a good 5 to 10 minutes. The fact that he just listened to me and gave me a solution, I can respect that, bro. I'm gonna respect that. Because when me and Ryan Garcia ran into each other at the Rams game, chat, he wanted to stream after I got in this fight PD. So it was like mixed feelings about the situation for real. And then when we got in the situation, it was just like he was milking it in a weird way, and he never really wanted to help me. He never really intended. He didn't like. I asked for about his training and his coaches. He didn't really want to train or didn't really want to coach me. It was just phony. Like he didn't put me in no direction. One thing that Tank did, he put me in direction. Look where I'm at now. Still in the gym, still committed. I got two fights coming up. Oops, I'm in. I got. What's going on? So then, I reached out to Calvin. He reached back out. I shipped my card. Locked in, signed a deal with my first fight, not with my coach, but solidified my first pay-per-view fight, celebrity boxing, whatever. And then went into training for 3 months, came out on top, now I'm back in training again to go back on top again.
And so you already had your first fight?
Yeah.
And how was that experience?
It was fun. It was traumatizing! It was traumatizing! I was starving! I wanted spaghetti! I was 200 pounds! It was so lonely! I was gripping it! I was literally asking God. I was like, God, I needed the Holy Spirit. I just needed God. Check, I was not truthful when I said it was, whatever I just said was a lie. Check. That's how I knew I was somebody. That's how I knew I was somebody, because boxing is not for everyone, bro. I don't care what nobody say, bro. It's like you gotta pay attention to what you listen to, what you eat, who you around. Period, bro. You have to go to sleep early. Only reason I'm up right now because I practice later tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go to sleep. I just wanted to react, and I'm gonna go to sleep. But that's what I should have said in the interview. That's what I should have said in the interview. Sorry, we're gonna keep the light on me. Keep it cute. 3 negative. The first, I didn't miss not one day out of the camp. 2, my mental got. Because I was scared. I didn't miss not one day out of my first camp because I was like, if I ain't gonna trust in myself, I better trust in this training. This commitment, this consistency, I swear. Better. 3, it was like a nature. I didn't know I love being in sports. I'm athletic, but Dad, I didn't tell the truth. I actually like this. And 5, I was an easy learner, so I was picking it up, and it was going well. And then 6 is. Chad, I'm a natural athlete. Period. You can put me on the field, play football. I'm nothing. You can put me in basketball. I'm 3 for free throw. You can put me on the swim team. Dive, 1. You can put me anywhere, bro. I am going to succeed, bro. I feel like it brought me closer to God because it's distant. Oh my God. When I mean, oh my God, it does, because it's like, you're literally like, you're celibate, you're in your word. The only person you can talk to about everything you're feeling, because when you get in that ring, you're getting it by yourself. You're not getting it with your coaches. They be in the corner, but they not getting in that ring, that fight with you. Only person that's getting in the ring that's with you is the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ is with you in the ring, bro. That's the only person that's in. That's why I can't understand why these fighters be not fighting with Jesus Christ. When they be like just like coming out with whatever, I'm not judging them, but I have to go in the ring with Jesus Christ, bro. Period. You're in there by yourself. You have to be in there with Jesus Christ, bro. Tell you. So you have to be sober. You have to go to sleep once. Like go to sleep before like 10 o'clock. Like I don't know. Chat. It is 11 o'clock. But look, I train later tomorrow, so I don't want to sleep in, okay? But I did this for y'all, so sub up, because I'm about to go. Just listening to that just makes me want to just end my stream right now because, chat, I have to get, I want to break, bro. You don't know how, I can't wait to tell y'all the good news. Because, you know, when people run their mouth and stuff, but it's like, see me though, why not? You feel me?
This girl is silly.
Let me play it, because now it's not working. You have to eat healthy. I like that part. Put me in a better place mentally, emotionally, physically.
So you're not drinking anymore?
No.
Didn't they just say you were drinking though online? I saw you respond to somebody claiming you were drinking at a club or drinking something.
So like when I was celebrating, I do be drinking wine, but like no, when I'm in camp, no, I just be focused.
Okay, and no weed or anything.
No.
Have you ever been a weed smoker?
Oh.
You.
Chad.
I don't think I've ever seen you smoke weed.
I don't smoke weed right now.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't.
Okay.
I haven't smoked weed in like so long. Like I haven't smoked in probably like a year. I used to.
Okay. So the gym for you and the athleticism of boxing pretty much gave you discipline and helped you get healthier, and that's keeping you focused.
It didn't give me discipline. It gave me an outlet to be disciplined. Did that make sense? Something can't give you discipline, bro. You have to be the discipline. Like it can't. Nothing can give you discipline. But it was an outlet to practice that. Yes. Oh, thank you for the gift of subs, man. What's that say? Basketball 23. Like, yeah.
In your thing.
Yeah.
So when we first saw you pop up on the scene, we knew you were an athlete, then you became a reality superstar, viral sensation. We're gonna get to all the things. And then you went into gospel music when you dropped. Was your name Yahweh or the song was Yahweh?
The song is Yahweh.
And what was your rap name though? It was just Chrisean?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you still in that? Are you still doing rap?
Yes.
Are you still doing gospel?
Yes. I'm still doing gospel. Chat. Let me clear this up. I'm still doing gospel. I still love the Lord. I don't do secular music, okay? Okay. What I'm doing right now, I'm doing one thing at a time. Right now, it's my boxing season. After my boxing season is probably gonna be my acting season. And after my acting seasons, or it's probably my gospel, then the ministry. I don't know. I just need to let God in and refine me. Because when I let God in and He refine me and prune me, it's like I don't know who I am for real when I'm where I'm supposed to be at internally. Because when He's finished with you, you can tell. You don't know. It's a flow. It's a Holy Spirit flow. It got nothing to do with boxing. It got nothing to do with acting. It had all to do with the good news. Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. Getting souls, winning souls, so people don't go to hell. That's what I'm waiting for me to become. Like like when He's done with me, that's where I'll be.
Gospel rap.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not going to the other stuff?
No.
Okay. Why?
I don't resonate with it no more. And I don't know, the more I mature spiritually, I knew that Christ is probably not only, but He is the only way, the truth, and the light. Like, I don't know, it came down to that. Like, okay. Like, I stopped bookies, I stopped a lot of things because it was just the Holy Spirit and me just getting in my word, getting a relationship with Him. I started understanding what being a Christian is. Chad, I don't think you understand what that means. You have to do. Like, I'm gonna be honest. When I started getting close to God and He was like, give everything to me, I was like, what? And not like what? Like, no, like what? Like, help me understand why. For real, Chat, hear me out though. Because it's deeper than this. Where are you going when you die? What did you live for on this earth? For him or for you? Your life, once you say, I accept the Lord into my heart as my Lord and Savior, your life don't belong to you no more. It belongs to God. Now you're just a witness of who he wants you to be, right? So, it get real, like, that's how real it get, chat. And I want y'all to clip this and tag Fabio. Cause I'm gonna react to his gospel song he just made. He just got baptized. He told the world on his hey, pull up to this show. This is the last time I'm performing all my old music. I think he had an encounter with Christ, and I pray that all my Christian lovers go flood his comments with love and support, because when you make that shift and that switch, there's going to be something tugging at you so bad for you to all the way give it up. The deal that you've probably been waiting for years, watch how it's coming. Because the enemy want to keep you on that side. Now Fabio is a threat to hell. He just made drill gospel, bro. And it made me emotional watching him get baptized, chat. Where I could cry right now, bro. Cause that's a street nigga, secular. He was a street nigga. He was a secular nigga. He just straight said, "I'm a disciple, nigga." Sorry, let me take the N word out. But yo, do you not know what's happening in this world, chat? Everybody's Jesus Christ is coming back soon. I'm seeing a revival in a lot of celebrities, including myself. Yes, we're walking testimony. We're not perfect, but I can tell there's a spiritual maturity that clicked in his head. Like, for example, when you receive a revelation, like from God, your body and your actions and your decisions don't catch up right away. It doesn't. The revelation came, but now you gotta do the footwork in your word, the denying your but I mean, it's a war. Now you about to go to war for real. You thought you was at war at first? Now you at war for real. But I just want to say a special prayer to Fabio and his walk with Christ out loud, because a lot of people keep God sacred in their heart, and people are not comfortable praying on live. People are not comfortable making music about God. People are not comfortable. And I just want to give him his flowers, his trophy. Like, that was so beautiful. Anything from the East Coast, anything from, like, New York. Like, check. My heart go out to Fabio. My prayers go out. Father God in heaven, I just want to say a special prayer to Fabio, Lord God. I pray that you order his steps, Lord God. You make it clear this day. You send him new people, fresh anointing, fresh faith. Thank you, Lord God, that you're not finished with him yet. Reveal who he truly is in Christ, Lord God. He want to go after you out loud, Lord God. So I ask that you protect him in plain sight, and you send him the right group of people, the right team. Remove everybody and every distraction around him, and keep him safe. No weapon formed against him shall prosper, Lord God, because now he make hell nervous with his testimony. In Jesus' name, amen. Everybody say amen for Fabio. In the chat, we love you, Fabio. So, let's get back to the interview.
Please hit the like button, ladies.
Dated, after Blue was three, right?
Why are we talking about them?
Because I'm trying to understand.
See, look, don't get me wrong, you know, you see how, like, he kept bringing people up. I get that we can talk about them, but it's like, let's talk about people with love and respect. That's where I'm at right now. I'm not in no bitter situation right now. You feel me? Like, I don't want you to see Chrisean Rock and it's it's a salty, bitter caption. Like,
all the things.
yeah, I did that.
Do you not want to talk about your the people that you?
I didn't really want to. No.
We don't have to.
We didn't have to. So why did we? I mean, I'm still friends with those people. I'm cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always cool with
The reason why I ask is that I'm trying to understand what your type is. Because obviously we met you with Blue.
My type is a man of God, but got that dog in him, okay? I want a man of God. At first, when I first started, like, after my breakup with Jonathan Porter, I could tell, like, I was just vulnerable, and connection was a thing where I thought I could make it something out of nothing instead of having boundaries. And I wish I would have slowed down, like, gave myself time, because once I gave myself time and, like, matured in people's faces, it was beneath me, for real. And it backfired because those people either got salty or, I don't know, like, I don't know, it's just like, I don't like mixing bad blood with immaturity, like, you know what I'm saying? You feel me? Because when I fell out with, Tadashi, it was like, it didn't have to go left. It's just that he started trolling me, and I start responding. Then he started saying things about my kid, and it was just like, it was like a bad fallout. Like a lot of people thinking like, oh yeah, this is what she like. Like, no, I don't like toxicity. I don't like people talking about my kids. I don't really like going that left with people. Like, it's just like, you know what I'm saying? I met Tadashi's mom. We actually went to church. It could have just worked out the right way, you know. Then we matured, we made up, became friends or whatever. We forgave one another, but that's why I keep my distance from everybody, because it's like, you know, it's just like, right now, I gotta stay in that gym and beat up. Oh, my bad. No cussing. No cussing game, no cussing game. No cussing game.
And so you have blue face, and that has been a phenomenon that you wear in your face today that all of us have watched. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of us we don't understand it, and I think some of us are getting tired, because we're trying to follow it, right? Like, one day you're together, one day you're not, one day you're with this person, one day is not, then here you go, then you're out, then you're online. Like, with the internet, it's confused.
Yeah.
Jason Lee's confused.
Yeah. I don't know why you confused Jason Lee. You keep up with all the drama. I don't know how you confused, babe. When he said that, I knew he was bluffing. You know?
Really?
I do. I moved all the way across the country. He arrested. Yo, I moved all the way in a different time zone. What you mean, really? Jason Lee, really? That's how I know he's been shady right there. His whole freedom just to come over there. Then I'm like, what are we doing? What's up? And he'd be like, all right. The Blue be coming like this little stinker pole. Like, he'd be like, and I'd be like, Chad, like, nigga, fuck. You was doing good when we was beefing. Like, come on. It's like, he get the little, I rebuke you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, whatever. Like, I don't, like, he do what he do, I do what I do. I just don't care to really. It's a situation that I do need to nip in the bud. Chad, this is what I mean when I don't care. I turn my phone on D&D. I'm not answering for nobody unless it's money calling my phone. That's when I pick up and like, I need to stay in my word, stay in my. Every time me and Jonathan fall out, I have to do a whole detox. Bro. I be like, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. He called me the other day. I explained why I didn't pick up, bro. When we fall out, nigga, hold on. Feel me? It's just, that's what it is, cause like, I don't know, Chad, pray for me, bro. Like, I For real, because it's not beneficial. Like last night, for example, we streaming and stuff. When I mean beneficial, I'm not talking about money. I'm not talking about motion. I'm talking about beneficial for my mental health. When I deal with him, it's not beneficial for my mental health, my heart, bro, on God. Because it be like, bro, I'm not gonna be ugly again. I'm not gonna be ghetto again. I'm not gonna be tripping again. Hold on, cuz. At first, we were just hanging out outside, like, without no cameras. At first, it was no negativity. Then when the streaming came along, it was very performative. And they see the softer side of him, and he hates it. So he like, I want to do 24 hours. And I was just like, I don't want to do 24 hours. Of course! I want you to go home. Like, and then, chat. He like, the numbers ain't going good. The numbers ain't doing good because we're not fighting. We're being normal. Fucking dweeb. That's my life. Like, I don't want to do 24 hours on stream. So you need 24 hours. I want to do 24 hours with my husband. I want to do 24 hours when it's healthy. I don't want to do no 24 hours. It's inappropriate. You got too much going on, and I got too much going on. If you love and support me, you would not be happy outside, like the way you have me outside. You would not be doing, like, he just be like, he be trying to, hey, nobody bigger than the program. Bro, then fuck your program, dog. I'm going back to the Lord. I gotta go pray. I gotta be on my word. Get me out of here! Or you can stream with Trace on, you can do this, you can stream with me, and I was just like, I never streamed 24 hours with Trace Sars. Trace Sars was basically at the same venue I was at. Was we vibing? Yeah, maybe I was clip farming, but I'm a baddie, like, I'm cute. He was cute. It was nothing more, nothing less. You acting like I made out with him or nothing. I ain't did none of that. Chad, I'm a civilized woman. What are we doing on camera? This is weird. And then you're gonna go to Jason Lee and lie with me, like, just for real. I promise you're gonna see the clip. And
wait, he actually were gonna come here and lie to me? Nobody comes here and lies to me, do they?
I'll always show you receipts.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, it's never be lies.
Okay, but here's the thing. So let me go back. Okay, so when you broke up with Blue, the reason why I'm asking about these exes is less about trying to get into all your business, although that's why I'm here. I'm trying to understand, did you really want to move on from Blue with these other people, or were they all placeholders in a way to get back at Blue so you guys can keep this circus we're all involved in going?
No, that was unintentional.
So
What? Who cared that much about a nigga that don't give a fuck about them? Hold on. I'm not going through hell with the next nigga because I'm going through hell with the next. No, bro. I'm just trying to live life. Like,
no,
Chad, you're not getting it.
That was a PR. That's what I'm trying to get at. See, this is why I at least love the honesty. Blue, stop calling her a liar. She wasn't gonna come here and lie. You spill it to you. So Bino was a PR stunt to get
we actually friends. Like, me and Bino, we cool. So in the beginning, me and Bino complimented each other because he was about his money. And I like that about him. He always had to stream up. He kind of motivated me to, like, all right, let me start streaming too. Let's make this into something. Because I'm traveling. I'm overly booked because of Bravo. And Bravo was like a road manager for real. So, but he does this. And my heart, like, everything, it was like everything was working together. So, yeah, it was just good for both of us. Like, it was good business. I ain't gonna hold you. He's probably dropped like 40K Balenciaga. I ain't gonna tell you what else he did. He did a lot. Like, check. He put that bag out. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really know LA10. I don't know LA10. No.
Or just stuff on the internet.
Yeah, like he got music. I was on the road. It made sense for us to collab. It was like that.
But it was never love.
I don't think anybody, like, So look, you know me, I genuinely love people from the heart. That's one thing I need to stop doing. Because I don't guard my heart, and I just be just flowing with love and oh Jesus. Things are like people have motives and stuff, like nothing really true. I think I will never really experience genuine relationship or friendship from anybody because of my status and my numbers. So I take that back. I take that back. I rebuke that. They say I will never find a real, genuine situation.
Hey, ladies.
Name and status. Those is just my trauma. That's what I experienced. That's have nothing to do with God has in store for me. So I take that back. I have intentions to probably make it genuine, but they probably just have intentions where it work for them and their career.
And then the 3 person that you dated, what was that? Was that just because you wanted to get to know him?
I wanted to get to know him.
You did want to get to know him?
Yeah.
Okay, so you liked him?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, why didn't that work?
Huh?
Why did that work? Was it the fact, because I know like you come with a lot of attention, like you're viral, and as soon as you...
I be feeling like it just don't be working out because it just don't be working out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have a path, I have a thing to do, I gotta do this and stick to this. I don't got time to sit around and wait for the next person to get what's going on. You feel what I'm saying? So it was like no bad blood to him, no bad blood to me. I just need to be single. I need to just be single, Jack. Okay? I just need to be single, Jack. I'm getting money. And I need to stay there. You feel me? Shit, I can't wait to tell you what's going on with me.
Or seeing with somebody, boom, now the internet's on fire.
I mean, it was a lack of, everybody just need maturing and people in different positions and certain, like, I don't know, like, sometimes when you get in a relationship, you realize, oh, you don't really need a significant other, you probably just need a friend. I don't know. And that be real, though. Like, you'll meet people, you'll meet people, and they was only supposed to be your friend. Like, I'm gonna be honest, every time I get in, like, a situation, I never am the type to play that woman role. I can never be soft in a relationship because I'm even handling things. Like, okay, like, it could be anybody, like, okay, da-da-da. It's like, okay, here, I'm gonna handle this for you because you need that. You need that. And then I exempt from what I need because I'm so dead for that person. And it's like, I don't think we should have ever been in a relationship because all you needed was a good-ass friend. You didn't need no girlfriend, bro. You go F girl up the street, and then, like, you feel me? All you needed was a homegirl, and that homegirl is solid. She called her for anything. You need a couple dollars for some food, I got you. You need a ride, I got you. You need me to put you on because your stream's low, I got you, bro. That's what niggas be needing nowadays. They don't be needing a girlfriend or wife. They just need a homegirl. Like, no, you don't need no fucking baby. You need a friend, nigga. You need God, nigga. You feel me? That's what I realized. Like, we get into these situations when we're just supposed to be friends with people. What if God just wants us for them just to be friends? I promise you, bro. If Jonathan was just a homeboy, bro, we would probably be like the best duo. Like, oh, that's my homie. Like, you feel me? Like, oh no, like BS. Like, you feel me? But like, you know, I give him good advice, keep it cool. Like, you know, I don't think people like.
Chrisean, stop it. That will never happen with that sorry nigga.
And I look back like,
If he can't get no pussy, he don't want nothing to do with your ass.
like they,
Blueface do not love you like you would want him to. He don't.
a lot of maturity,
He don't give a fuck.
maturity, living to do. A lot of people have this thing, but what if, so like they don't see themselves how they're supposed to see themselves at the moment, and all they need was a friend. I'm telling you, bro, like, bro, feel me? Far along, so certain people just, I don't know, they at their growth and what they doing, so I just bang out on stuff.
I know people were like trying to drag you because he was 20, and obviously he was younger, and you're mature and super famous, and
Why he lying? Nobody dragging me because he was 20. Now I'm just making shit up. I'm 26. I ain't that old, man. 20? What? Like, okay, I get it. 20, 22. I act like I'm 40 and he's 20. Like, I'm not 40, shorty. What? But, whatever, bro. Like, I get it.
he's not.
But they are two different times, though. Like, let me just put this in real perspective. I have a great potential to keep making multi-millions and thriving off of what I started from. A person that's like probably like 20 years old, either just leaving high school, probably took a year off before they started college, probably their first year of college, finding a small job. I know those are two stages in life, right? But if you're mature enough to mentally put God in the middle so he can facilitate where it's supposed to go, it'll go where it's supposed to go. I think a lot of us nowadays, this day and age, I'm just saying, people are just lustful, chat. People, a lot of us, a lot of kids, people that's in relationships, I don't know, I've been seeing people get married lately, so, you know what I'm saying? But I also see people get into situations where there's just lust. There's no real love. There's no concrete God in the center. So when you don't have that, it's kind of like.
Do you think that fame contributed to it, being that he was not old enough to really handle it? Because you come a lot. You get seen with you, boom. Now everybody's looking at him, right?
Right. No negative. I don't know. I said I don't know because it's nothing to say.
This whole interview's not really about doing.
When I say I don't know, that means because it's nothing to say. I could go in and on, but I'm not bitter. I'm delivered. I'm healed. Like, bro, that chapter in my life is a chapter. What did it? I know. So he feels. I don't know what's going on with him. I think he's suffering from like trauma.
I'm not asking about him. I'm asking about you.
Me?
Yes. What if you plucked yourself out of LA and went to Baltimore to start boxing, being the holy hands that you are?
Right.
How does the holy hands come back and find themselves wrapped around Blueface?
I'm not wrapped around nobody, bro. I'm wrapped around God, and there's just simple, like, just life.
But it's hard for people to understand that when they see you throwing your life away. You can't go spend every weekend with a sorry ass nigga the public clearly see don't give a fuck about you and then tell us, oh, it was just nothing. I just wanted to go hang out. I had court Monday and I was coming to do your interview anyway, so I decided to hang out with my baby daddy. No, that's not what the fuck it looked like. It looked like you being a simp for a sorry ass nigga. It looked like you giving your all to a sorry ass nigga. That's what it looked like. It looked like you was bitter. It looked like you was jealous. It looked like you purposely wanted to fuck Nevaeh baby shower up because you didn't have one. It looked like you wanted to cause friction between Blueface and Nevaeh during the time she was giving birth because he wasn't there when you was giving birth. That's what the fuck it looked like. Nobody else give a fuck about how the hell you explain it after the fact. You looked at like a jealous fucking scallywag those weekends you spent with Blueface. That's what it looked like. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying that's what it looked like. Nobody give a fuck about what it is. This is the internet. We only give a fuck about what it looked like.
With a woman who's about to give a baby, deliver a baby to him right now. How do you end up having that?
What that got to do with me though? That's what I'm saying. Like, he want me to answer a question for somebody else? No, I'm talking about me.
No, he asking you about a baby that's not yours because you stuck your nose in their business. As a content creator, as an interviewer, he's supposed to ask you that question. Just the day before, the same day as the Jason Lee interview, you was running behind Blueface. You knocking on his door. You showing up to the warehouse, sitting in the car. You the only one that looked it stupid that weekend. The only one. What woman in her right mind love herself chasing behind a baby daddy in a whole nother state about to have a baby any day now? What woman that have respect for herself doing that? I love you, I support you, but I'm not gonna sit here and gaslight this bullshit. You did too much these past couple fucking weeks. You look like a fucking hypocrite. You look like a fucking liar.
Right now, you talking about somebody else. Child, I'm not in that.
What is it then? Because it looks online like you guys are dating. That's what I'm saying. We're confused.
We have this like connection. I think I need more discipline and just have boundaries for real. I do. I don't know. You're saying.
You and Blueface don't got no fucking connection. That's all in your fucking mind. What I will not do is play delusional games with a bitch. I will not. I love Chrisean, but I'm not gonna be delusional with a bitch. I got a whole dick. I don't have a pussy. I'm not gonna act stupid like bitches do when they getting dick. It's fucking delusional. Blueface don't give a fuck about you, girl. I don't care how pretty you are. I don't care how good you think your pussy is. Blueface do not give a fuck about Chrisean.
People, I'm saying, nigga, I need to have discipline and boundaries. The nigga don't fuck with me. This on our kid. I get it, Chad. I get it, Chad.
No, you don't get it.
How you love a nigga? That's not
No, you don't get it.
talk shit about your son. That's a hurt little boy.
No, you don't get it. Cause you will be right back with this nigga dick in your mouth right before the fight or right after the fight. You don't get it. You don't. I'm fucking almost tired of this delusional ass bullshit. I'm tired of Chrisean and Blueface. Fuck out of here. Gonna sit up there and tell lies the whole fucking interview. You see people calling you out on your lies, so now you trying to explain yourself and react to the interview. Fuck out of here. This dumbass shit.
My daddy went through so much with his dad. My granddad raped my aunt, had a baby with my aunt. My aunt killed herself, bro. My dad abused me and my fucking mom, nigga. I don't fucking know why shit is the way it is when that shit happened to me and my son with my baby dad. I don't know, nigga. I don't know, nigga. And then it be...
And that's another lame excuse. I'm not accepting no bitch or no nigga blaming they stupid ass decisions as adults on what happened in their childhood. I will not go for it. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You was better off not even reacting to the Jason Lee interview. You look cute, you sound cute, but you also look and sound stupid than a motherfucker.
Oh, irritating, chat. It be so irritating, like, cause it's like those questions I cannot explain, bro. I cannot explain, bro. What do you want me to say? I don't know how to hate somebody that don't fuck with me. You see that my sister, she don't fuck with me. I love her to death. Reacted to her fight, supported her the whole time, bro. I even offered, I'll train, da-da-da. She like, what? She straight shitted on me. When y'all went in her chat, y'all was like, your sister won your fight, your sister won her fight. Oh, she better have. Like, you feel me? Like, I always got that up from her. But it's like, even before I came out the closet and said things that happened to me. Like, this is the thing about it, bro. If I'm going off of my childhood experiences and I say it out loud, I don't think it should be a beef involved. There should be a therapist. There should be people in our family standing up more. It shouldn't be how I just went. Like, I get it. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. And that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, we just have our own thing.
But seeing people, off camera, was saying that somebody recently took me to dinner and told me that they're courting me. I'm like, I'm being courted. And I didn't even know what courting was because, like, I just be hanging out. I'm like, you want to go on a date? Okay, we hang out. You want to go on a trip? Okay, we hang out.
Yeah, I just be hanging out.
Right, but now I am officially being courted. So, like, I'm no longer hanging out. To court me now, you want to come cook for me? We want to go spend some quality time. They went to dinner the other night. They were sipping wine. I was cutting my steak, and I told the waiter, like, please stop interrupting us. We're being courted. I'm courting him. You're not being courted by him, and you're not just hanging out because he has a baby on the way.
What do you mean?
Meaning, he's
What do you mean? What the fuck you mean what I mean? What the fuck you mean what I mean? Your baby father been denying your baby since your baby been on earth. He ain't give a fuck about you since he been home from jail. But the moment another bitch is pregnant, you running, spending weekends with him. This is the delusional shit I'm talking about. Fuck out of here. I love you, Chrisean, but this is some stupid shit. It's indefensible. I'm not going to sit on here and keep blaming your fucked up childhood for the stupid shit you do as a fucking adult. I'm fucking grown. It don't make no fucking sense. I don't want to hear nothing about no counseling and therapy. That's all stupid ass shit. Fuck out of here. In fact, I'm done with this dumbass shit. I can't stand that ignorant, delusional ass bitch. I don't put up with delusional bitches in real life that's giving me that funky ass pussy. I'm not gonna deal with a delusional bitch that don't know me, that don't do nothing for me. Fuck out of here. I'm spending my time, my energy, my hours in my day to fucking react to you. I don't have to kiss your ass. I don't have to sound like a delusional idiot reporting on you. I can honestly tell the truth and not give a fuck. You don't know me. You don't do a motherfucking thing for me to be trying to protect your face. I don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Your baby daddy walk all over you and do what the fuck he wanna do every time you come around. And all you got to say to your supporters is, I'm sorry, I'ma focus on God more. It wasn't my fault. I'ma leave my baby daddy alone. But you gonna be sucking his dick next month. Fuck out of here. Bitch, please. Delusional ass bitches make my skin crawl. Fuck out of here. This dumbass shit. I'm done with that shit. Shit just pissed me the fuck off. You sitting there acting all fucking delusional. You trying to react to an interview you had no business doing in the first place. You trying to double back and react to the interview to make it make sense. Fuck out of here. And I don't give a fuck who feel any type of way about what. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Can't stand no stupid ass, delusional ass bitch. Make my fucking skin crawl. I'm sitting here trying to fall asleep and listen to this shit. I can't even fall asleep because the bitch sounds so stupid. Fuck out of here. I'd rather listen to a Little Dirk update. I'd rather listen to a Little Dirk update. And if you don't want to watch a Little Dirk update, get the fuck out of here, unsubscribe. I'm tired of Chrisean. Fuck out of here.
For Smirkio, and you know we already got 6ix9ine in the comments.
Dumbass shit.
Ready to let loose on this situation. Academics would also 46 minutes ago post the picture of Jam on the stand. Now this doesn't look like meta glasses. I don't know where these pictures came from. This might actually lead to something happening as far as the courts. They become stricter on letting the public in. Because the fact that this came out as soon as he got up there, somebody had a camera in there and somebody was waiting for this moment. They didn't even want to get Dirk on camera. They wanted Jam. But Ack would say Jamie the Bull pictured in court telling on Smirk. And immediately down here, somebody getting locked up, laughed my ass off. How the fuck y'all get this in a federal courtroom? Oh, nah, y'all getting kicked out the courtroom. Like I said, this might result in all of the YouTubers that are pulling up not being able to do this anymore. 1 hour ago, OTF Jam is now on the stand testifying against Lil Durk. And literally 8 minutes ago, OTF Jam officially named Lil Durk and OTF Didi as participants in the shooting of Quando Rondo's cousin, Lil Pab. A few months ago, I realized I was probably overpaying for car insurance, and it was like every year the price just seemed to go up and up without me even questioning it. And insurance companies screen or click the link in the description. I'm not sure why she was called in today, unless she's going to be somehow participating, or maybe she just wanted to watch this. But it's like, obviously you can expect there's going to be a crowd of people supporting Dirk at this trial. Now, Michael Blackshy would post basically the transcripts of what was said in court. Did you participate in the shooting on August 19th, 2022, leading to the death of I don't know how to say his name, Robinson? This is Lil Pap, right? Because Jam was one of the shooters of Lil Pap. And Jam would say yes. Prosecutors, did others in the room participate as well? Yes. Prosecutors, can you name them? Jam would say Dirk, Didi, and Lindsay. Now, we knew this was going to happen. We knew this moment was going to come, but it's surreal that we're reading it. And we know the time I'm recording this, it's 6:35 right now. My side, East Coast, not West Side. But Jam could literally still be in the chair testifying as we know it. And one of the first things he's admitted to is, yes, I participated in the shooting, and yes, Dirk also did. 2 minutes ago, info on OTF Jam testifying against Lil Durk. Jam laughed and shook his head when they played Didi's IG Live, where he said he was Murder Man. Jam admitted to 3 murders as part of his deal. Jam is on the stand right now shaking things up, pointed out Dirk, Didi, and Lindsay, and say they were involved in Pab's murder. Now, Trap Lord Ross is saying Jam admitted to 3 murders as part of his deal. 3 of them. Now, what I'm wondering is, are those the only murders he's ever committed, or are those 3 murders he's trying to tie back to Dirk? Because that's what the feds really want. We want to know whatever the fuck you got to bury him. We really don't care about you. We want the boss. We want the one that's in charge of everybody. And Ross literally said Jam didn't just say their names. He pointed to them in court, which is a common thing. They make you point. But again, read this. Because obviously with the whole thing happening with Ross and him saying Dirk's blaming everything on Vonnie, everyone's been on his ass. He got ran up on once by a random prankster, once by a Muslim, and then he got ran up on again today by OTF, by Dirk's people, which is insane. So I'm pretty sure now he's very conscious of what he is typing, what he is saying, and making sure it is factual. And he said, Jam is on the stand right now shaking things up, pointed out Dirk, Didi, and Lindsay. Can you imagine how Dirk feels sitting there? I wonder if they have him in a suit, because as we saw with Jam ain't in a suit. Jam is in a federal custody uniform. He's got the khakis on with a white tee underneath. He's not in a suit and tie, you know what I'm saying? So Dirk is most likely suited up, but imagine you know this person. You've known this person for years. You shouted this person out in songs. You've given this person a lump amount of cash worth somebody's salary. And this person is pointing at you in a federal courtroom about to put you away for life. For life. The rest of your natural life. Your career, gone. Your wife, divorced. Your kids, raised without you. And he's literally pointing at you, someone who was considered your homie, and saying, you did it. Now, an unknown person would claim, again, OTF Jam pointed at Lil Durk and Didi when asked who had involvement in Lil Pab's murder.
This out, man. Straight off the bat, OTF Jam snitch. The fans is like, yo.
This is mad animated already. Look at their faces as if they didn't know this was going to happen.
Who's in the court? Point to every single person that took part.
And then look, you got this girl back here doing the same shit. It's like now you got people that ain't even known, like pulling up and covering the situation. This shit's crazy.
In an unalive in a loop out. Dirk, Didi pointed them niggas out. I'm like, oh, straight out the rip. I mean, he went in there with no lube, bro. And then right now, what he's doing is he's just slow walking it. The last thing we heard is that Dirk and them was down in Miami, right? And then OTF Jam seen one of Tory Lanez's artists with jury and stuff and went to Dirk and said, hey, man, I ain't got no jury, man. I'm finna rob this nigga. And Dirk was like, yeah, man, that right there is the OTF Jam that I've been waiting for. So basically, it seems like Dirk was grooming him to be his hitter. And also, from the looks of it, is OTF Jam, when he went to prison for 10 years,
How is Dirk grooming him to be a hitter when he went to prison for 10 years, way back in the day, for literally a shooting? Just like Dirk rapped in the song, he was catching way back, you know, whatever the fuck the lyrics was, he was catching bodies way back then. That's when the Max was in. So how is he grooming him for anything when Jam was already on that?
He had already caught a body. And when he got out of prison, they came back to him and was like, we know you caught that body. Ain't no jurisdiction on unaliving, right? Yes. And so he was actually a federal agent against Dirk while he was still locked up and got out playing his role, bro. This is exactly why he ain't named in this indictment.
That's a crazy allegation. That the feds became aware of Jam, most likely through Dirk shouting him out. And the feds, this is all alleged, the feds contacted Jam while he was inside of prison and said, hey, we know you got a murder, and we can bag you on this murder and make sure you never get released. Or you can work for us. When you get out, you can get next to Dirk, but you're gonna be reporting to us. That's some fucking crazy shit right there. If that's what's the movie Donnie Brasco? If that's what actually happened, this is a fucking movie. Jam caught a body way back in the day. They come to him while he's in prison. The feds are like, yo, you're gonna work for us or you're never getting out. He comes out of prison, Dirk's giving him $50K. The feds are watching like, yes. Like, they know they set this shit up. They lined everything up and everything's falling into plan. And then, boom, Vaughn gets killed. Feds are like, okay, bet. They're going to want revenge now, right? Jam, do your thing. Jam, go to work. Literally, I see, that's what makes it so hard to believe that shit, because you're telling me Jam went and clapped Lil Pab while working for the fucking feds? That's a crazy allegation right there. That sounds insane.
He's the third shooter, bro. The whole time he was switching up. The whole time he was playing the Dirk face, bro. I'm in there, bro. Check.
Now, this is just video of them together. Ninjas will post up with you like this and still rat. And I mean, everybody knows that. You know, that's nothing new. Look at him. Hanging out with them, was allegedly a fucking federal informant. Now, Trap Lord Ross, like I said, got ran down on for the third time. He had his third confrontation at the courthouse. And this says, Dirk's team just screamed in my face, told me delete the tweet. Court marshals had to step in, but they refused to acknowledge tweet that updated the record.
Wow, I cannot believe what just happened inside the courthouse. This isn't even about Dirk. This one's actually about me. There's been a very controversial post that has been going around. Everybody's very upset that I basically did a tweet about that post that Didi had reshared, right? The prosecution had worded it in a way that it sounded like Didi had posted it. And I posted that on Twitter. I came back and Didi's lawyer spent a whole hour breaking down in meticulous detail how this was a repost. It wasn't an original post. Didi hadn't typed the post. He had reposted it into a group chat. It was that post that said, at Quando Rondo, we're your pipe at gang. He had reposted it into a chat along with his own comment, basically saying he looking crazy. Like he basically, it was he playing crazy, right? So as soon as I got out of court after hearing Didi's lawyer argue that point very, very well, maybe a little bit too well, maybe the point had already come home before, you know, he talks about it for a much longer time than he needed to talk about it. And I felt like he might have brought more attention to the fact that that was a bit of an unsavory thing to repost. I posted that. As soon as I got out, I said Didi's lawyer just clapped back. But for some reason, it seems like the people at the courthouse, the people that have been following this case, and Dirk's team specifically, they're not reading everything. They're over here reading the transcripts, but they're not reading all of my tweets. So Everybody was upset about the tweet that I posted when I got out of the courtroom the first time. Nobody had talked about the second tweet where I said that Dee Dee's lawyer just clapped back. And I got confronted by Lil Durk's PR woman. She screamed in my face outside the courtroom.
Okay, so let me clarify. I don't think OTF ran up on him. Apparently it was Durk's PR woman. Okay, that makes things a little different.
Delete the tweet. I said, what do you mean? Like, what about Dee Dee's lawyer talking for an hour about, you know, basically making the point? I said, I came out the courtroom. I was given the impression that Dee Dee had posted it. Dee Dee's lawyer went back into the courtroom. He made it very clear. He made a very long, extended, maybe an overextended argument about why that wasn't the case. He got his point home. He got his point further than home, all right? He got the point so far home that he might have, you know, left it on screen a little bit too long and made things look a little bit bad. Durk's PR person said, I'm not talking about that. We're not talking about that. So they're just ignoring the facts. They're pressing me over stuff that's like incomplete information. I'm just coming out the courtroom, giving you guys the updates as soon as I possibly can. Yes, sometimes the prosecution are going to say things that aren't true. Sometimes the defense are going to say things that aren't true. Brian Steele said several things that are absolutely false when he was doing cross-examination. Just
oof. And see, this is the thing, you know, and I got to tell Ross, because he's my friend. They have that old saying, you know, I don't know how old it is, probably fucking forever, but don't shoot the messenger. Ross, these motherfuckers is ready to switch the messenger. These motherfuckers is ready to low-pab the messenger. This shit, like, they all are on you because you're the one reporting the shit that they don't want to motherfucking hear. That's a fact. Like, they're all gonna come for you, bro. You're making yourself the easiest target in this situation. West Coast Gang Wars would say, keep going, Ross. No point in deleting all the blogs already reposted. You were outright saying Durk's defense lawyers are lying when you were supposed to be there as a neutral and unbiased reporter. Don't let your research, personal research, interfere with the... Well, this is the thing, bro. If he's being unbiased and he's saying, look, Durk's team's lying, that's being unbiased. That's calling them out for bullshit. Being biased would be like, oh, I know they're lying, but I'm not going to say nothing, right? Somebody said he don't even realize this is last straw yet. I mean... Ross had to double up. Trap Lord Ross says he may stop reporting from Lil Durk's trial after a confrontation with Durk fans over his tweets almost went left despite having 2 bodyguards with him. I might take a break from tweeting. Durk's team acting very unprofessional, screaming delete the tweet in my face outside the courtroom, leading the court marshals having to step in. Very disappointing and intimidating conduct toward the press in this case. Getting something into deleting posts now. Wow. And this would be Ross recording one of his videos with his 2 bodyguards right outside of the courtroom. Ugh, my mixtapes just posted this while I've been recording. OTF Jam says Durk kept up with him while he was locked up and recalls hearing his name in several songs. Prosecutors, did Lil Durk keep up with you while you were in prison? Jam, I ain't gonna lie. Well, we fucking know that. That's why you're testifying. When he changed his number, he made sure my mom got it. Prosecutors, did you talk to Mr. Banks after you got out of prison? Jam, yeah, I told Durk I just got out of prison. I don't have no clothes. He told me, yes, you do. You got us. The song Back Again is played in court and prosecutors honed in on the lyrics. Jam, get out that jam. I gave him 50, ain't gotta ask again. He was catching murders way back then. That's when the max was in. Jam said, I heard them playing the song in prison and saying my name. Jam admitted to 3 murders as part of his deal. So like I said, by the time this video drops and within, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes, there's going to be even more updates, so expect another video for tomorrow. Matter of fact, I might stream tonight on Kick. So if you want to jump over to Kick, it's 1090 Jake. I do have the verification, so y'all know it's my page. Yeah, this is serious. Jam is admitting to everything, and again, I don't believe Jam is the only person that's going to be testifying. So, what I'm interested in is not all of the accusations that are about to be thrown out, but how Durk's legal team is going to be able to break this shit down. Because again, it came out that...
This is crazy.
Interviews, like they did 30 interviews with Jam. Crazy. So look, I know what you're all here for, and we're just... Oh my God, it is crazy.
crazy. So look, I know what you're all here for, and we're just going to get straight to it, all right? OTF Jam took the stand. I've got all of my notes from court today, but I'm certain that you guys don't care about what was going on with the detective, what was going on with Brian Steele grilling him, what was going on with me getting screamed at in the hallway. I know you guys just want Jam. All right, you guys want Jam, and I'm going to give you all of the Jam testimony. Now, obviously, I'm sure transcripts will come out eventually. People will cross-reference. And look, I'm not saying that I am the perfect note-taker in the world. There might be some small mistakes, some small misquotes in this video. I apologize if that's the case. I wrote down everything I possibly could as quickly as possible, and this is the closest thing you're going to get to a transcript at this point in time. All right, I'm doing my best, okay? Sorry if people are upset about that, but it is what it is, okay? Jam did testify in the second half of the day after lunch. It was absolutely insane. They tried to get me thrown out of the courtroom. They lied and said that I was wearing Meta glasses. Now, if you know me and you know my channel, maybe these glasses look a bit chunky around the corner, but these are not Meta glasses. These are the same octagonal lenses that I've been wearing for years. Where are they even from? I forgot where these are from. They're from Catch London, all right? Arnold Circus Grey 28 lenses, all right, or frames. No Meta glasses going on here. A bunch of people tried to lie. They tried to snitch on me. I couldn't believe it. I felt for smirk. They were snitching on me. They tried to get me kicked out of the courtroom, but it didn't work. And I know that the Dirk stands are fuming, all right? Because I got all the goods, and I saw Dirk get fucking cooked. Jam absolutely went crazy. He went ballistic on that stand, okay? So let's get into it, all right? Let's just get into it. I've got so many notes. You won't believe everything Jam said, and I'm going to tell you absolutely everything that he said. There were moments where I felt sympathetic. There were moments that people were probably angry at him, but here it is. They brought out Jam, all right? It was freaking crazy. They brought out Jam, and the first thing they said, all right, they basically said, before Jam hit the stand, they said, look, we're going to have cooperators coming in to testify, all right? You got to treat them like you would any other witness. They are in custody. They're not wearing suits, but the judge said you got to treat them like any other witnesses. And while this was going on, Dirk was kind of like swiveling in his chair, like he was nervous as hell, all right? He put on a fake smile when he spoke to his lawyer, like he was acting like he wasn't just about to get absolutely deep battered and fried. It was, I would not want to be Dirk today. It was an absolutely awful day. I was getting a hard time in court, but it wasn't a shred on what Dirk was going through. Absolute cookout was going on. So they brought in Jam, all right? Dirk looked back at Jam, and it was weird because they sort of brought Jam. I thought Jam was going to come out from behind the judge, and it's like they brought Jam past, but then they kind of tucked him away. It's like, imagine like, I don't know, almost like a stage, like, you know, it's like a podium, but there's gaps on either side of it. So we kind of saw Jam walk past and then back behind it. Dirk looked around and saw Jam, caught a glimpse of him, and then he disappeared again. So you could tell his heart was probably beating through his chest. So Jam came out, all right? Dirk looked right at Jam and then looked down. Jam looked right back at Dirk. It seemed to me like they locked eyes, and the rest was history, man. Dirk was looking down. He was looking defeated. It was a tough day for him. So the first thing they said, all right, I wrote down pretty much everything that Jam said. All right, the prosecution asked him, you pled guilty to federal crimes. What were those crimes? And apologies if I got some of the wording on this wrong. I'm not perfect. I'm writing all these notes by hand. My fingers are sore. I have literal calluses. I've got a big sore callus on my thumb where I'm holding the pen, but I'm going hard for you guys to get you as much info. So if any of this is slightly wrong, I apologize. This is all alleged, and this is Jam's testimony, okay? I'm not going to have Dirk's team screaming in my face again. Not having that, all right? Very unprofessional. But anyway, he said, I've pled guilty to federal crimes of conspiracy to commit murder for hire, kidnap for murder, and robbery murder. 3 murders. He copped out to 3 murders for his deal. Jam get out that jam by copping to 3 murders. He identified himself in the footage. They showed the footage of the hit on Lil Pab, and he said, what do you see? He said, I see me. That's me with the red and white Prada shoes. Now, I thought they were Jordans, but turns out they were Prada shoes. I guess Dirk did get Jam right after all with the Prada steppers on. It's crazy, all right? The prosecutor said to Jam, do you see anyone else who participated in that murder in this courtroom today? He said, yes. He said, Dirk, Dee Dee, and Lil CVL shorty, all right? David Lindsay. But he was like, I didn't know the guy's name. I just knew him. He was a shorty from CVL, which is another set in Chicago. Pointed them all out. Boom, boom, boom. Oh my God, it was savage. It was savage. Anybody else who participated in this murder? Yes. Dirk. D. I could not believe it. I could believe it. I could believe it because I've known about this for years. But I basically, it was crazy to actually see what we all knew, what we've known is coming for years to actually happen in front of our faces. Absolute insanity. So after that, they basically said, were you targeting Lil Pab, Savia Robinson, the person that got killed? They said, Jam said, no, we were targeting Quando Rondo. It was meant to be a revenge killing for King Von being killed. And so then it was time to take everybody back, all right? Back in history, back to the past, back to the block of Chicago where he basically told the whole story. He said he's from Southside Chicago, Inglewood. He's lived there his whole life and he's 34 years old now. He was involved in the gang, the Black Disciples. And I'm not going to lie to you, when this was going on, I made a note. Drew Findling had his head in his hands. I think it might be over with, but it depends. If Brian Steele can clap back and do a good argument, it's going to be great, but I'm not sure. So he basically explained the blocks and the clicks that he was involved in. He said he was Lamron 300. Lamron 300. He said he got blessed in the Lamron Black Disciples when he was age 9. Dirk looked pissed. Dirk swiveling in his chair like, he looked fuming. He looked fuming, all right? Because you know he hates rats. All rats must die. I hate rats. I hate rats. Well, maybe you shouldn't have expected that somebody was going to value your freedom over theirs, all right? That was a dumb... I said that to somebody in the courtroom. They were like, I can't believe in it. I was like, I kind of can, because it's like Dirk thinking his freedom's worth more than Jam's. Jam wants his freedom. 50,000? I said, I said to someone in the court, I said, would you take 50,000 to never be free again in your life? Right, it's priceless, all right? I don't abide by the street code. I'm not a gangster, so I can't abide by these ridiculous street codes that you're going to go down and just be solid. So Drew's got his head in his hands. He said, I became a Black Disciple leader. He said stuff about the Black Disciple leadership structure I'd never heard before in my life. He said, I became a minister in the Black Disciples, the BD and the Black Disciple Nation, and it came with a lot of authority. He said that meant I can direct younger members. And they said, how do you rise through the ranks? He said, you can rise through the ranks different ways. They said you can rise through money. They said you can rise through inheriting power from your family, your relatives, if you're, you know what I'm saying? Hang on. How can I turn that off? Why is that coming through my computer? That's odd. I don't even have a device that would be making that sort of noise. So anyway, in addition to that, all right, we basically then heard, okay, that he said, I rose to power in the Black Disciples through violence. He said Lamron and 300 is the same thing. He said 300. I'd never heard this before. They said, where does 300 come from? This is the first time Dirk's whole gang affiliations got blown wide open, right? He blew the back doors wide open on this situation. He said 300, it comes from the movie 300. We never backed down. Lamron never backed down. Lamron will never back down like the Spartans, all right? And when he said that, Dirk gritted his teeth. Dirk was like, he grimaced. All right, he said Lamron 300. We the Spartans. We never back down, bro. I never heard no chiracology, no nothing talking about that before. Jesus Christ, this is gonna be a long video. They said, how does the Black Disciples work? He said we had regular gang meetings where Dirk and Dee Dee participated. They had Black Disciple Nation business. They had regular Black Disciple meetings every Friday. But also, if something went down, we would have an emergency BD meeting, depending on the situation. They said that sometimes there'd be other BD cliques. Lamron 300 was its own clique, but sometimes other BD cliques would be convened for these meetings. If there was beef between the cliques, they might meet up and try and squash it. He said, explained some slang. He said, get into it means beefing with each other. He basically said that murders could be discussed at those meetings. You might discuss, gangs and cliques that are into it with each other, beefing. He said, I took an oath to the BDs to get blessed in. Bro, people talking about, OTF, it's just some music shit. It's not some mafia John Gotti shit. This ain't a mafia trial. They sounded like the mob. And Dirk said in that song, what is it? Went Hollywood for a year. We ain't moving like no street N-words. We moving like the mob. Apparently they were. Jam said, I took an oath when I was blessed into the BDs and I got to abide by 3 laws. I have to sacrifice my life for the nation causes. I have to abide all commands of kings and chiefs. And when he said that, I went, Whoa! I have to abide all commands of kings and chiefs? Or like King Von? Or like Chief Wook? Or like Chief Keef? Kings and chief? Oh. Kings and chiefs, King Von, King David on King David. It's all making sense. I ain't never heard none of this about the BDs before. Insane. He letting the nation business be known. And number 3 said, I will salute all members of the BDs with a clutched hand and a clenched fist. He said he put his life on the line for the BDs. That's what he signed up for. He said the BDs don't tolerate no disrespect. To be a BD, you got to be loyal and trustworthy to your brothers. They said you got to be able to count on other BDs. When people go to jail and cooperate, you got to count on each other. You must never testify against other members. Clearly, he ain't banging BD no more. He explained get back is when you get revenge for somebody that's killed or shot your homie. He said that's the same as getting your lick back. It's known in the community, in the streets. It's known. If you get your lick back, it's known. He said if you don't get back, you look like a weak block. If you don't get back and you let people just kill people from your block and you don't get back, you get preyed on. He said older black disciples push the issue. Even your family can discipline you if you don't get back. He's saying mothers and grandmothers be getting mad if their kids don't receive get back after they're killed. He said get back is pushed for harder, for more important members, and the get back dictates the strength of the block. He said the BDs take respect very seriously. He said if you're a leader, you want people to respect you. If you don't maintain respect, then you can become a target. Not every BD is a shooter. You can be a money getter, a drug dealer, a scammer, or a fighter. Not everyone is a killer. But Jam, he got his respect as a shooter, and he had a big reputation for violence. He said that he shot his first person at age 12. It was on Halloween. Right? And how many times have we heard that King Von lyric where you're talking about dudes getting shot all October, the real Halloween? They're saying Von caught a body around Halloween. I would not want to be in the south side of Chicago anytime around Halloween. Okay? Absolute insanity. Bro, crazy. All right? Absolutely crazy. Hang on. So Jam said that the first shooting that he ever committed was apparently in his hood when somebody rolled through and hit an older guy in the face with a paintball gun. Jam and his cousin, Chris, basically were told by an older guy, they were handed guns and said, when the car comes back, shoot it up, all right? And they did exactly that, and somebody got hit. He was just 12 years old when he was getting busy. He'd already been blessed into the BDs. 3 years into the BDs, he's doing his first shooting. Between the ages of 12 and 18, Jam was apparently involved in 10 to 15 shootings, as well as many armed robberies. They said, are you a strong arm robber or an armed robber? He said, armed robberies with guns. He said he did a whole lot of robberies. They said, how many? He was like 100 plus. He said mostly drug dealers. They said, did you ever rob anyone for anything other than drugs? He said one time, and this made me actually feel bad for Jam. They said, what happened? He said, there was one time when I was younger, I did an armed robbery with a gun for food. I robbed somebody for food. He said, my parents were drug addicts and I had to pay the bills and step up to the plate at age 12. That's when I started getting into the armed robberies. I needed to make some money. One time I had to literally stick someone up for food to put in my stomach. He said that when it comes to having a name in the streets, that's having respect. He said getting money, being a shooter, having respect. You can have a name in the streets for various things, and he was a shooter. He then outlined his first murder. He said in 2010, he was in a robbery in Racine, Wisconsin, with another BD. They asked him to rob somebody that their father had dealt drugs with. Apparently things had gone wrong. The BD said that this guy had cheated his pops out of money, so he was sent to be part of a robbery. They went into the store, they locked the door, and they put the guns to the guy in there. There was a fight happened, and Jam was told to shoot him. Jam shot him once, and then the guy said, no, he's seen my face, kill him. Jam then put a gun to that person's head and pulled the trigger and executed them. He was just age 17. So when Jam was arrested in 2023 after the Lil Pab's murder, Jam confessed to this crime and he pled guilty after speaking to the FBI. He explained that he knew Dirk for years. He first met him on Normal Ave, Lamron, okay, around 2007 to 2008 when he was aged about 14 or 15. He was already popping people in the streets. He said he knew Dirk was a BD from Lamron 300. He said Dirk was at the BD meetings. He was at parties, all right? And after Jam got out of jail at one point, he saw Dirk around. He saw him doing the Lamron handshake. He knew that he was blessed in. Jam explained that he has many gang tattoos. He said he got tattoos of 2-Fo, 1-Fo, BDN, Black Disciple Nation, 300, Lamron, and he's even got an OTF tattoo. He explained some of the BD hand signs that they do. They showed that picture that I told you before that was Dirk and Dee together. Dirk's doing the DIY hand sign. They said this was from the Block is Hot music video. He said, what's going on here? He said, that's Dirk dropping the Ys. And then there was another hand in the corner. He said, that's someone slamming the rakes. They said, I do hand signs to diss their ops. And it was funny because Brian still kept objecting, and the judge was like, bro, overruled, shut up. Like, Brian's still like, objection. Anytime gangs were brought up, he's like, objection. And the judge is like, no, we're allowed to bring up gangs for limited purposes. It's been established, so no. All right? Brian still was having a bad time. He had a good morning, but this was a very, very bad afternoon for Brian Steele. So after that, all right, we basically kind of saw it go from there. That he said, Brian Steele tried to object to stop Jam from talking about 051 Young Money and the gang signs. Overruled, the judge let him talk, and Jam said, dropping Ys is a diss to 051 Young Money. They do a Y sign. We drop it upside down to disrespect them. They're ops of the BDs. They killed a lot of important people. They said that the rakes is dropping the GD hand sign, right? The pitchforks. Gangster disciples and GDs and BDs. The prosecution said they're kind of like Bloods and Crips in LA. And then Brian Steele, objection! The judge said, overruled. This is a Los Angeles audience. They're going to get the comparison to Bloods and Crips. I'll allow it. Jam said, yes. It's like the Bloods and the BDs and the GDs, like the Bloods and Crips in Chicago. And I've been saying that for years. You all want to talk about like I don't know what I'm talking about. They said they played a video of Dirk and the whole gang at a street sign. It was the Taytown 59th and Princeton sign. It's probably a video that you've seen on social media where Dirk's just surrounded by black disciples on Taytown and he doing a gang sign. I didn't know this. He was doing this sign. We've seen Dirk throw up this sign quite a few times, all right? It's like some shit Dirk be doing, all right? I don't know if is it like that? Is it like that? Hang on, let me check. So it's looking like this sign, all right? He kind of be doing that or that. And apparently that's the OTF gang sign. Now, I never really clocked that. I've seen Dirk doing that a bunch of times. Sort of this thing or this thing. That's a crazy picture to choose. But apparently that's the OTF gang sign. Jam said he was throwing OTF. All right. Apparently, there's a separate sign that they do for Von. We didn't see that getting pointed out, but I've just seen a image of Dirk doing a sign that could well be the Von hand sign. I'd never seen this before, but there was apparently another OTF gang sign, which I hadn't seen this one before. That's low-key fly. Yeah, there was another one. Okay, I can't actually find that picture, but it was basically Dirk kind of doing this, which I thought could have been the Von hand sign because it's making a V, but it's also an O block by the side if you do it that way. I'm not exactly sure, but anyway, he basically testified that it was like that this one or this one was like the OTF hand sign. It was one of the OTF hand signs that was apparently known. So that was kind of very, very interesting. They asked if anyone was throwing the King Von hand sign, and Jam actually said, I can't see anyone doing the Von hand sign right now. But he said that the King Von hand sign basically only existed after Jam got out of jail. He didn't know about it. And they basically said, like, OTF is only the family. He explained what that was. He said that Lamron gang members had been saying OTF years ago, but it never took off. He said OTF was just another name of Lamron when they were kids, but it never took off until Dirk popularized it with his music. They said Dirk, Chief Keef, and Rondo No. 9 popularized the phrase only the family, but it was just another phrase for Lamron 300. He said they all claimed OTF, all right? They were kind of all showing love to OTF. Obviously, when you know the whole story now, Chief Keef hates OTF, right? He's probably loving all of these updates. If Chief Keef's watching this one, come on, man. Shout out Sosa. But anyway, the judge basically went on to kind of make some clarifications to the jury. Said, look, the reason that you're hearing all of this is to show the motive for the alleged conspiracy. It's not gang murder, but we're basically giving you the backstory as to why they might have wanted to slide for Von. So after that, the prosecution showed a picture of Dee wearing the V-Roy chain. Jam explained that V-Roy was King Von's nickname because his best friend was T-Roy, who got killed, and V-Roy was a tribute to T-Roy. It was a Chiracology history lesson, bro. All of the stuff that you know and heard and seen in all my videos, realistically, all right, it was all put up there by somebody that was involved and confirmed that it was real. So anyway, all right, they showed the image of Dee wearing the Taytown. He had this Taytown 2-time sweatshirt on, which I've pointed out in a previous video, like, bro, this is why I thought that, like, Dee lawyer was maybe fumbling a little bit, because it's like he kept kind of bringing attention to certain things. Like, he kept showing this picture of Dee in this Taytown 2-time shirt. Nobody's brought attention to the fact that, like, that 2 times is like, what did you do 2 times? What did you do 2 times? But anyway, they showed in front of Jam, all right, the whole video of Dee walking through Taytown, where he's saying, I need a lineup, you know, I ain't gonna lie. Let me pull it up. They played this whole video in its entirety, okay? Now, I won't play you the whole video, but obviously he wearing this Tay-Time 2 times sweatshirt, and he basically says, they saying I'm the murder man, all right? He, with all the gang, imagine this, right? Jam is, look, I'm just gonna be real with you, right? No one else gonna be as honest with you as I am about this case. This whole thing got played in its entirety, and the whole time Jam was shaking his head and smiling and laughing. All right, people were talking about Jam was shaking his head. He looked sad. Jam was shaking his head and smiling and laughing, thinking, "What an absolute dummy for putting this out there." I'll play the whole thing. Fuck it. What a sound.
He got the Drake. That's a song, by the way, man. Take shit out of context. Oh, that's weird.
So, bear in mind, Jam's looking at all this, just being like,
"What's up?"
I'm gonna do what Jam did.
Here go HB right here. HB just joined. Fuck you, HB. I swear, you ain't even pop out. There go the numbers right there, though. You know where we at. You know where we at, HB. Got my boy Jerry in the trenches. Show me how you really feel. Yo. Put that stitch cord on your ass. I'm gonna spank your ass like fucking Elroy did that, yeah. They talking about DD a murder man for sure. That cool. Somebody roll up with me, man. Oh, it's not you. It's not happening. Roll up. He is. It's 214. Roll up, man. Do not come on my live saying no goofy shit. Go ahead and troll somebody else, clown. Straight up. Baby Trey, how you coming? They said what Baby Trey there? It's a lot of them out here, but...
Yeah, so Jam was shaking his head and sort of chuckling at this. So look, I've shown you guys that video in a previous video, but basically they played the entire thing. It was quite long, it was quite excruciating. Jam kind of chuckled and shook his head through the whole thing. It was surreal. After that, Jam basically confirmed, yeah, that video was taken in Tay-Town. Those guys with him were BD gang members. When he says pop out, it means come outside for whatever. They said it could mean come kick it if you're gang members, or it could mean inviting the ops outside for a confrontation. However you want to choose it, you could use that phrase. They said, what does send that low mean? He said, it means show us where you're at. He said Didi was a leader in Tay-Town. They're saying that, so Jam moved on. He said, I got out of prison at the end of February 2022, all right? And basically, he said that, you know, he was in jail basically from the age of 18 to 2022. He was locked up for many years. You know, obviously he's, what is he? Is that making sense? He was 34 when he took the stand. Wait, is that making sense? He was 34 when he took the stand, and then he came out 4 years ago, so he'd have been 30. So that sort of would suggest he did like roughly 12 years in jail. I could be wrong because my notes on that were a little bit iffy. But basically, he did years and years and years and years in jail. Okay, so that video of Didi on the block was after Jam got out. He said that Tay-Town as a gang or a set or a clique didn't even exist when he went to jail, and he said that he knew that was a recent video because some of the clothes that people were wearing were clothes that he didn't know, like clothes and brands and stuff that hadn't even been around long. So Jam would go on to explain that he did a whole bunch of time for attempted murder. He then moved on and explained a few things about Booney Mo, okay, a very well-known senior person in OTF. He identified him from a mugshot. Jam said that he met Booney Mo in 2005, 2006 when he was very young. He said that Booney wasn't a BD but actually a Black Peace Stone, and he was a gang leader in the Peace Stones. He explained that Booney and Dirk were close, and Booney and Didi were close, and they were all locked in with each other, and they were all like brothers to Lil Durk. He explained that he was locked up for an attempted murder that was related to Booney Mo's block, and he kept in touch with other members of the gangs while he was locked up, and he basically wanted to keep his ear to the streets and keep informed about things like who got killed, who got locked up, who was touching down on the yard, where ops were being located, which ops might touch down at the jail. And he said that he knew King Von a little bit. He said that he knew he was an OTF member and an O-Block member. He identified O-Block, aka Parkway Gardens, from a picture. He explained that O-Block is also a clique within the Black Disciples, and he explained that he knew Von before his attempted murder case, and that he knew who Von was due to his sister. And the feds kind of made a little bit of a comment. They were like, you was trying to talk to King Von's sister, and he sort of like, yeah. Sounded like Jam was trying to rizz up King Von's sister when they were younger, but anyway. basically, Jam said when he went to jail, Von was just a shorty from O Block. He wasn't known as this big factor, this big demon, all of this stuff. He said while he was in jail for 12 years, it was 12 years, he reconnected with King Von. He hung out with a guy that was in a different gang called Vonnie in jail. And basically, apparently, King Von wanted to talk to Jam on the phone. He was always on the phone with Vonnie. And at some point, he wanted to put King Von, Vonnie wanted to put King Von on the phone with Jam. Now, later on, he found out that King Von had built up a very big reputation in O Block, but Jam said he was never close with King Von. They spoke, like, it sounded like they had one conversation or maybe like a few little conversations, but he didn't really get to know Von like that. He just sounded like Vonnie put him on the phone with him, and he didn't really know a lot about him, and he found out about him later. But he said he did stay in touch with Lil Durk, because they were Lamron 300. He said Durk was one of the guys. That was his homeboy. He said Durk made songs for the parties. He didn't hang on the block every day. He said Durk wasn't necessarily in Jam's immediate circle. He first spoke to Durk in jail around 2012, 2013. Sorry, so they'd met previously, but when he was actually in jail, it was like 2012, 2013 that Durk actually had conversation with Jam. Durk said that he randomly, out of the blue, gave $1,000 to Jam's attorney. He said he never asked him for this. He was surprised. It caught him off guard. He said that he then found out that Durk was writing songs about Jam's murders, and that was objected to, and that was kind of like, that was sustained, so that wasn't allowed to be kept in there. But basically, Jam said they began communicating a lot as time went on. They said that Durk put money on Jam's books. Sometimes it started with $50 to $100, then a couple $100, then it was getting up to $1,000. He was slowly putting money on his books, and Jam explained that, you know, money goes further in jail, stuff is cheap, so, you know, a couple $100 or $1,000 actually went a long way for him, and that really made a difference to his life. He went on to explain that Durk had his guy Jason, who worked for him, send the money for him. It came from Durk, but Jason was the one initiating it. He said he knew this because he had Western Union slips, and it would have the person that sent the money's name on it. He said as time went on, he said he noticed a few people had started rapping the line "Free Jam out that jam." He said that an older guy apparently played him a song a couple of times that shouted "Jam out." He was thinking, oh, that's, you know, people shouting me out. He said he kind of thought it was just because his name was Jam and it rhymed, and like people just thought it was a slick bar. Then they said, do you know the song Back Again? And then they played it. They just played Durk's verse, but obviously we heard them lyrics. Jam, get out of that jam. I gave him 50 and got ask again. He was catching murders way back when, but way back then, that's when the Max was in. And then he basically said, the song is referring to me. Durk did give me $50,000 cash when I got out. The song refers to catching a murder. Now, the song was actually released, I believe, before Jam got out of jail, but he basically said that that's what went down. He said that he said my name. He said that I used a Mac. I was known to carry a Mac. I used one of my attempted murder charge, and I did other things with it. And he basically said Durk would often pick up the phone to him while he was in jail. And he finally got out in February 2022. He said that Durk and Jason had bought Jam a bunch of clothes because they spoke on the phone. And he basically said, I'm coming home to nothing. I ain't even got any clothes. Durk said, call Jason, tell him your size, and he'll get you some clothes. And he bought him a whole bunch of designer clothes for him to get out. Said he met Durk and the OTF guys outside of prison. There was an objection to mentioning OTF, and that was sustained. So then they had to rephrase it and say, oh, you met Durk and OTF members outside prison. There was pictures. Jason was pictured with a large photo that was framed of Von. There was photos that was taken of Jam with the group when they met. They showed a picture of them all together. He said he'd only been out a week or so. He met up with all these OTF members in Detroit. Apparently a driver took him all the way there from Chicago. And the other people were in the picture. It was Boogie, Wop, Dee, Twin, and Jam, and Aza Houston, who is Boogie. They were all together. He confirmed that Aza Houston was the driver on the Lil Pab murder in the Infinity. He was a driver in the Lil Pab murder. He was a GD. He'd apparently grown up around the ways, basically in an area where they had a lot of mixtures of BDs and GDs, but he was OTF too, and it was his connection to Lil Durk's brother D-Thang that allowed him to kind of slide with the BDs, even though he was GD. So it would be pictures of them together inside of a nightclub. We saw Jam with Durk, Doody Low. He identified Doody Low, and he said that he basically met Doody Low kind of through Durk and them. So yeah, that was interesting. So from there, they would show more pictures. They would show a picture with Durk and all the guys in the club. We would see Vonnie on the far left of the picture. They would talk about when they kind of first all kind of met. So apparently Vonnie was the one that was always collecting Dirk's cash. When Dirk was playing shows, Vonnie was the one collecting big bags of cash. He was going to the shows, he was talking to the promoters, he was getting the bags of money and giving it to Dirk or Blood. He said that one of the first times that he kind of ran into him, he was out and Vonnie basically bought 2 big bags of cash to Dirk that he was being paid for the show. He said that was the first time he saw Dirk. He saw Vonnie, and he was Dirk's money man, and he saw Dirk's money, and he basically explained that he didn't know Vonnie's real name. He just called him Cuz back then, and basically everyone in OTF called Dirk Blood. He basically would explain that Vonnie was handling Dirk's money, and he handed out guns to everybody every time wherever they traveled, Vonnie was the one handing out guns to everybody and also securing cars. Every state they went to, Dirk apparently told Vonnie to get Jam a gun. They said that he knew that he will use it to protect Dirk. So apparently when they were in Miami, basically there was one guy around them that was kind of all jittery around Jam. It was one of Tory Lanez artists. And apparently Jam said after they left, Dirk basically said, hey, I'm going to start robbing these guys. I see his chain. He's getting some money. I'm ready to start robbing these fools. And apparently, Dirk kind of encouraged it. Dirk's response, according to Jam, was, that's the Jam I've been waiting on. Now, in the midst of all of this, okay, there was like a little sidebar. The judge came back and basically said, we're going to strike that from the record, okay, about Dirk sort of, condoning what Jam was offering about robbing somebody, and we later heard that Brian Steele wanted a mistrial over that, and the judge was like, Brian, no way you're going to mistrial over that. I've been very fair to have that stricken from the record. But anyway, after that, all right, it was said that Vonnie was known for providing hot, stolen cars, sliders. Jam basically explained that slider in Chicago slang is to commit a shooting or a murder, or pulling up on ops. He explained that hot cars are basically stolen cars. He explained that Dirk actually talked to Jam at a studio, and there were kind of multiple people around, and they had a conversation where Dirk had been talking to Jam about things going on in OTF. Apparently, Dirk had said that he was mad that people weren't sliding for Von. He apparently said that people were acting Hollywood in OTF, and they said that all Jam and Dirk usually talked about, this kind of didn't make sense. I don't know if this was wrong. But he said that while Dirk and Jam were in custody, apparently they were in custody at some point together, they said that all they talked about was music. I don't know if I wrote that down wrong, but I thought I heard them say all Dirk and Jam talked about in custody was music. But it was kind of random. That comment felt a little bit out of place. So if I've written that down wrong, we'll see in the transcripts when that comes out, I'm sure. But basically, there was a sidebar. We ended up coming back, and Jam talked about Slide for Von. He said that he knew Slide for Von and what that meant. It meant to do something for Von being killed. They basically explained that he spoke to Dirk about it. They said that Dirk hates the Slide for Von comments. He hated going online, and apparently the comments were getting to him. Dirk apparently spoke to Jam about Quando Rondo at a studio in Atlanta about a month after Jam got out of jail. Dirk basically was present with a number of other people, including Dee Dee, Doody Low, Wook, and Twin, and Jam, and there might have been one or two other people there that I didn't quite catch. But anyway, apparently Dirk talked about 6ix9ine trolling him about Slide for Von to Jam directly. He said that he was mad about people not doing what they rap about, and he said if MFs catch Quando or Tim, they gonna be straight, you ain't got to worry about nothing. Catch him and kill him, basically, is what he was inferring. People nodded their heads, and apparently somebody in the room said, oh, what, we talking like 500K to a mil, half a ticket to a mil? Jam couldn't remember who said that, but Dirk basically said in response to that, whatever, MF's gonna be straight, they won't have to worry about nothing. All right? If that was the case and Jam got $1 million for this, we might be in a different situation. But anyway, apparently Dirk basically felt that FaceTime was like the best way to communicate. He felt that the FBI can't listen to FaceTime, so he often did kind of FaceTime calls and FaceTime audios and things like that. And basically, they said that Booney Mo and Dee Dee would always speak on FaceTime. He explained that Dirk was frustrated by the Slide for Von comments and all of the trolling, and they showed that lyric where Dirk said, they be on my page like Slide for Von. I know they trolling me. Got it back in blood. That's what it is. Like that. Got it back in blood. That's how it's supposed to be. Basically, don't talk about it. That's what it's how it's supposed to be. I couldn't write all that lyric down. I mean, it's a famous lyric. And basically, he explained that get it back in blood. This is revenge. People bleed when they get shot. People bleed when they get shot. So get it back in blood is basically to get revenge, to shoot people in retaliation. And basically, after that, they said, look, you don't know how it's supposed to be. That's what it was. It says, I got it back in blood, but you don't know that's how it's supposed to be. Jam said, well, yeah, basically explaining we're doing it back to them. It's part of the game. That's the game that we live by. You get it back in blood, we slide, we get back. And that Jam kind of always traveled with Dirk in and out of state. It was kind of his muscle. And all the flights were arranged through Dirk's employee, Jason. So after that, okay, there would basically be kind of a long exhibit put forward, and there was a bunch of boring stuff. We went over the flights again, and look, we've heard about the flights a million times, all right? But basically, there were a few more texts that were shown of Jam confirming with Jason that he booked flights. But what was interesting is Jam apparently would text Jason. Basically, Dirk authorized any flight that Jam was put on, and Jam didn't like Jason making a booking without confirming it with Dirk because it was Dirk's money. And Jam would often text Jason and say, hey, did Dirk say anything about the flights that I'm supposed to be on? And basically he said that the process was Jam would ask Dirk if he could be on the flight, and then Dirk would tell Jason, and Jason would basically follow up. And Jason wouldn't just book him flights without checking in with me. He said, I always need to tell Jason if Dirk asked me to be on a flight, and then it would basically get handled that way. They wouldn't just book Jam on some shit that he didn't know about or that he wasn't privy to. So Jam basically had sent one text to Jason saying, hey gang, I told Blood I need a flight to Atlanta. He told me, let you know. And then he followed up, did you holler at Blood? Jason had said for when, and basically he flew multiple times with Dirk's authorization between February and August 2022. And then in August 2022, we got to talk about the period before the murder, and this is where things got absolutely insane. So the prosecutor said, how did you get involved with the murder? They said, Booney Mo, but really he said Booney and them called me. He said Nem is Chicago slang for a Nem. He said, I was dropping my son off to soccer practice. I got the call from Booney Mo, and that same day I flew to San Diego. Booney said that he couldn't go on a hit himself because of his parole officer. He said when he spoke to Booney Mo on the phone about suddenly having to get on this trip, he could hear Dirk's voice, but it wasn't a three-way call. He had Dirk's voice on a separate phone. He said, Booney said, Blood, you there on the other line? Basically confirming that Dirk was on this three-way call. He said that everybody had multiple phones in the crew, Dirk, Booney, everyone. Booney basically said that Threat Nem weren't answering the calls, so they reached out to Jam to see if they could get Dee on the phone. That's Threat Nem. And it sounds like not everyone was always picking up the phone immediately. But he said that they didn't give him any info about the trip. Jam said, I could tell something was going on because it was all rushed. And Jam wanted to know what was going on, so he called Lil Dirk twice. But Dirk didn't answer, and Booney called Jam back, and he said, yo, Dirk doesn't want no one calling his phone who's coming to LA. He doesn't want no contact with anyone that's going to LA. Now, that's fucking dumb, right? Because it's like he's already tried to call you twice. But anyway, it don't really matter. But like, Dirk must have thought he was some mastermind criminal, but like he really wasn't that smart. So after that, Booney said call Jason to book the flights. Jam called Dee. They called Dee, Boogie, his cousin Chris, who agreed to come. And then he said he'd lost his ID. That was William Malcolm. I'm not gonna lie, he was lucky that he didn't get on that flight. Oh my God, it's been a long day. Anyway, basically, Boogie, aka Boogie and Asa Houston, Asa Houston, all right, aka Boogie. They basically said that Jam said he was his rappy. That's like his homie that he's with all the time. So Jam sent all of the flight info over to Jason, and we did see those previously. We're seeing flights day in, day out, flights. The prosecution showed the messages of Jam sending the names to Jason, even IDs in some instances, and they basically said, apparently Jam was told, Blood don't want you to fly to LA. Jam got word that Dee was coming, and they all went to the airport and got on the flight. Jam confirmed after being shown the picture of him at San Diego airport. He said, that's me and that's me and Boogie pulling up. I'm not sure what the time was, and obviously Dee was on the same flight, but he didn't come out at the same time of the airport. And then there was a picture of Jam getting in a black truck at San Diego airport. Jam said something funny. He said, we didn't take no orders from Vonnie. He's a nobody, all right? He just gives us stuff. He don't tell us what to do. And then basically what it sounds like is that Boogie and Jam, they left San Diego airport and went to a local Hooters. And that's when they spoke to Duty Low. And it was basically confirmed at this point that Duty Low was co-conspirator 4. He was the one that gave the location to Quando Rondo. Some people are putting it out there that it was Booney Mo. That's not what I heard in the courtroom, but hey, who knows? I could be getting screamed at by Dirk's team tomorrow about that, but I'm just going by my notes and what they said. Basically, apparently Duty Low, and it's crazy that his last name is Low. It's not his real last name, but Low, bro. He the one giving the low, allegedly. He apparently let Jam and them know that somebody at a weed dispensary that Quando was going to buy some weed from had basically told them, and the plan was to catch Quando and kill him and use this kind of weed purchase thing as a way of kind of, getting the drop on him. They said previously they'd got some information about where Quando was from, but it was unsuccessful. They weren't basically able to kill him like they had hoped to. Now, this was where the testimony got insane. And shout out to Duty Low. I've got no problems with Duty Low. Jam doing a lot of telling on Duty Low. That's all I know. Okay. Basically, Duty Low got on FaceTime with Jam and Boogie while they were in Hooters. They said they FaceTimed Jam and Aza, and basically, they said Duty knows where Quando is going to be while he's staying in LA, knows his flight info. Duty was in tune with the dude that was supposed to sell Quando weed, and somebody gave the location to Duty where Quando was staying. Jam said, it's not something I wanted to do, but I thought, damn, I'm here now. It's basically been dropped on him that he's got to do this murder in California. He said, I can't get away, so I just went along with the plan. He said, where I'm from, you don't stop nobody killing somebody. That's what gets you killed. He said, they will get mad and think you're the police. He explained that he didn't consider the Quando situation his beef. He said it was some rap stuff that had something to do with NBA YoungBoy. He said, I'm used to Chicago beef. All of that had nothing to do with me. He said he wasn't comfortable doing a hit in LA because he's not from there. He said, if it went wrong, I got in a high-speed chase, I got hurt, I wouldn't know where to go. He said, I've been in high-speed chases in Chicago and I know the way. It helps. He explained, look, King Von got into it with NBA YoungBoy. It didn't even have nothing to do with Von. Von was just riding for his homie and basically, took off on Quando and just created all this situation. It was none of their business. And he said, I didn't feel like I should have slid for Von. Von wasn't even from my block. He wasn't my homie. We didn't kick it. I didn't love him. But he said, but me and Boogie basically, once Duty Low told us we were here to kill Quando, he said, we just looked at each other and said, after Duty told them that they were in California to kill Quando. So basically, Boogie would then be joined by Didi, Flocker, a.k.a. Jones, and the CVL shorty, which obviously David Lindsay, who's in the courtroom, but Jam kept saying, I only know him as just the CVL shorty. And they showed the picture of Flocker. He explained that he met him in juvie. They used to fight together. He said, we used to beat people's ass together. He kind of laughed when he said that, and he said, I'm sorry. I said to the judge, I'm sorry. He said, when I came back from prison, I used to see Flocker on Didi's block. We never really texted much or called before the shooting, but he was aware who he was. He said he had no idea who Lindsay was or the CVL shorty. He said he got out of prison and hung out with OTF. I never really saw them. He said Flocker knew Didi, but I didn't really know what he had going on. And he said they got a Sprinter bus for us from San Diego. Jam, Boogie, Didi, Flocker, and the CVL shorty, Lindsay. They all got in there, and they said they might have gone from Hooters to the airport. He was sort of a little bit misremembering, but he was basically saying, I think we went back from Hooters to the airport and then got in the Sprinter with everybody else who landed on the later flight. And then they all got in a Sprinter van and then went from San Diego to LA. He explained that the Sprinter had kind of a partition, so you couldn't really talk to the driver. It wasn't that kind of situation. And basically, in addition to all that, he basically was shown a picture, and he said, I'm not sure if that's the exact van, but it looks similar. And so basically, he said that Didi was on his phone in the Sprinter, and he turned the camera to Flocker and the CVL shorty, Lindsay, and basically said, hey, I got the Navy SEALs here. He either said, here go the Navy SEALs, or you see the Navy SEALs. He kind of wasn't sure which one he said. And on the other end of that FaceTime was allegedly Lil Durk, all right? He said that he heard Durk's voice, all right? And he said that Navy SEALs are hitters, they're military, they're people who go on missions and kill people, all right? That's what Navy SEALs meant in that context. And he said, I saw Durk. He said that Durk was basically put face-to-face with Jam on the FaceTime, and apparently Durk said to Jam, hey, go crazy. And then Jam slammed the rakes, did the GDK hand sign, and basically asked where Durk was. Durk said he was at the studio. And he said, I knew that he was at the studio because I'd been to that studio before, and then Durk and Didi continued talking on FaceTime. Now, after that, the Sprinter stopped. Apparently, they were up a mountain, super high up, and they could kind of see the lights off in the distance above LA. And all the members got off. They stretched out. Somebody tried to take a picture, but it was too dark. Jam tried to take a video, but it was too dark. And you're thinking, bro, you guys are really trying to take videos on your Sprinter break? That's insane. So from there, they went to Target or Walmart. He wasn't sure which one. But like a large supermarket, and they basically stopped there to buy hoodies and gloves. They basically were trying to disguise themselves, and like nobody had brought hoodies and gloves with them, so they had to stop and buy them. So they got back on the Sprinter bus and eventually got to LA. Now they pulled up like a car lot that was apparently off a busy street, and then Vonnie got on the party bus, right? the hitman bus, the sprinter. He said, "What's up?" And then he stepped off to talk to Dee Dee. And then he came back, and apparently Vonnie said, "I got some bad news. I only got 3 guns." All right, and I don't want to get anything wrong here. So look, I'm just going to tell you what I wrote in my notes. If it was slightly off, I apologize, but I'm thinking it's close enough. He basically said that this was the first time that he had seen Vonnie in this trip, and everyone said, "What's up?" Jam shook Vonnie's hand, and then Vonnie came back with Dee Dee. He said the bad news: only got 3 guns. And then Jam says he remembers he gave out some guns, right? He had 2 Glocks with extendos, and he said that they were hanging out one of their pockets of their hoodie. He couldn't remember who. They had extended clips. He said he gave a Glock to David Lindsay, and Flocker, Asa, got given... is that right? Hang on a sec. My bad. Flocker being Keith Jones. They basically gave another Glock to Flocker. That was the Glock with the switch on it. And then Dee Dee was holding a Beretta in his hand. And apparently he said, "I'm rusty, it's been a while," and then handed the Beretta to Jam. So it was basically these guns being handed out determined who was a shooter from that moment on. And it was never questioned. Jam made it clear that a switch is what makes a Glock fully automatic. They're saying that Flocker, a.k.a. Keith Jones, had the switch. Yeah, Flocker was the one with the switch. That was confirmed. And then they basically said someone was delivering a 4-door car. It was white with tinted windows. This was the slider for the murder, the Infinity. And he said that the person that dropped it off, he didn't know who they were, but they wiped off the door handle with their sleeve, got paid, and then left. Jam, Flocker, Boogie, and the CVL Shorty basically all got into their cars, got into that Infinity, and then Vonnie and Dee Dee got in the BMW, and everybody left. And where did they go? Did they go to their own hotel? No, they didn't. Allegedly, they went to the hotel that they knew Quando was staying in. They immediately went to Quando's hotel, and they basically saying that the shooters in the Infinity followed Vonnie in the BMW to a side block. Jam said he got out the car with Flocker and Dee Dee to basically look around the hotel, see the ins and outs. They parked kind of away from it. He couldn't say exactly where. But then he said they swapped over. Jam then got in the car with Dee Dee and Vonnie in the BMW, and the rest of them got in the Infinity. And they basically was scoping the scene out. So during this time, allegedly, according to Jam, Doody Low called them on FaceTime and basically says that the weed guy has Quando's location and has texted Quando saying that he's close, and he's told Quando Rondo he's like only a few minutes away. And Doody basically, allegedly the quote was, Doody said, "I talked to the weed guy who's got Quando's low. He told me to tell Quando he's almost there to deliver." Jam basically said this was all a trick to get Quando downstairs. Doody said that the dude wasn't really coming with any weed. It was a trick, and that's where we're going to get them, where we're going to kill them. That was crazy. I'm not going to lie. That was crazy. So they got up the video outside the hotel and they showed the cars. They got Jam to identify the slider, the BMW, both parked outside. He said, "I remember this because we were on opposite sides of the street. I remember it well. I was in the BMW with Dee Dee and Cuz." And then basically Jam went on to say that we sat for a minute looking through glass. We were kind of looking through to the lobby. Then we went back to a side block. We were going to tell the other car to basically pull up and get busy when Quando came out. They knew that Quando was wearing a camo shiesty mask. Somebody had a camo babe hoodie on. They said Quando looked like he was smoking a cigarette outside, and at one point they saw the light bounce off his diamond grill. And he basically said they were about to slide and kill Quando Rondo at the hotel, but then cops were riding past. He said damn near every minute a police car drove past. LAPD was everywhere. He said they decided it was too hot to do the murder at that point. All right, and he basically said Quando was wearing a poo shiesty ski mask. Right, he explained what that was. Brian Steele objected to loads of stuff along the way, and the judge just kept on overruling. Bro, let him talk. So apparently, Dee Dee was in the back, and he took the Beretta from Jam, and apparently he wound down the window, held the gun up, pointed it right at Quando, and he said, "I could get him right now. It would be easy." That was crazy, but he didn't do it. All right. So that is just insane. That was like a movie. These guys are thinking this is a real life movie. So after that, they called off that hit. They said that the police were making it too hot and risky. Jam explained that hot is, when the police are onto an area, they said a person can be hot, a block can be hot, a situation can be hot. The situation was hot. They went back to the hotel. Both of the cars went together. They were outside Quando's hotel, they'd been communicating on their phones. Sounded like there was FaceTime, but he said he didn't know that the two cars might have been communicating on regular calls, possibly FaceTime. And they said that Vonnie was taking them to the hotel. It was the same hotel that everybody that goes to Disneyland stays at. After that, Vonnie did all of the checking in when they got to that hotel. Jam told Vonnie that he needed some weed, and Vonnie left to get some, and he came back with it. They were staying in a first-level room that had a sliding door that went straight out to the parking lot. So Jam basically went out and smoked a little something with Flocker. He talked on the phone, then he went to sleep, and they planned on catching Quando the next day. So we went away, all right? We came back after a little break, and that was kind of the end of the testimony for the day. But what was interesting is that final part. Dirk's lawyers made a motion for a mistrial. The judge was like, that Tory Lane's comment isn't enough for a mistrial. We're striking it from the record. But, like, he basically gave a bunch of points as to why that was not sufficient for a mistrial. And we know that Brian still loves to ask for a mistrial. He did that a lot in the Young Thug trial. And then Dee Dee's lawyer basically said an absolute load of nonsense. He said, this is death by 1,000 cuts. At a certain point, it becomes too much. Yeah, no shit. The evidence is overwhelming. He said we didn't have there were certain bits of evidence that we didn't have, exhibits that we didn't have. He basically was saying that they never said that they would show the Dee Dee Murder Man video in front of the witness. And this guy, oh my God, Dee Dee's lawyer, I'm sorry, but he's just talking a lot of nonsense at certain points. Sometimes he does it really good, and then other times it's like, bro, you're slipping. He said, Dee Dee wasn't referring to himself as a murder man. He was referring to another guy that was there called Murder Man. He said, I request a mistrial. The judge flat out denied straight away. And the prosecution clapped back. They said, bro, they didn't say bro. The prosecution responded. They said, he is lying. That's not what he said. The comment under the video said, Murder Man. And then Vonnie said, they're saying I'm a murder man, for sure that. And so we didn't give a transcript because there was a lot of slang and things. We didn't want to try and tilt things. We just wanted to let the jury make their mind up of what they heard. And the judge said, look, I accept what the government says. We're not having this nonsense, right? And I was thinking, bro, we all heard Dee Dee plain as day say that, yeah, they say I'm a murder man. Yeah, true that. The idea that it's like, they were talking about someone else that was a murder man. No, absolute cap. All right? Absolute cap. So it sounded like there were actually going to be some conversations that would be going on behind the scenes related to co-conspirator 6, who I believe was THF Bezu. And I think it sounds like they're worried about Jam or other witnesses telling the court things that Bezu said, because Bezu is no longer alive. Also, at the end, I would say that Dirk kind of put on, once sort of everything was wrapped up, Dirk put on a big fake smile like he's done a few times. But Brian still looked pissed. He looked livid. He looked really angry. So look, no disrespect. I do think that they had a bad day in court. Jam's testimony was overwhelming. We haven't even got to the full breakdown of exactly how the murder went down. I'm sure that's going to come tomorrow. But let's see how Brian Steele plays Jam. When Brian Steele gets to cross-examine Jam, is he going to go out like YSL Woody? Or is he going to go out like Sammy the Bull? We don't know. But I think if anybody's going to do a good job of that, it's Brian Steele. He did do very good cross-examination earlier in the day. I just haven't got time to talk about it right now, to be honest. I really want to just go to bed. And I don't think you guys are even that interested in it, perhaps. I don't know. But anyway, I will let you guys know when I hear more. That was all of Jam's testimony, all of my notes on it. If I got anything wrong, I apologize. I am only human. People are acting like I'm this superhuman that has got to somehow, get absolutely everything right all the time. If I get something wrong, I'll correct the record. I feel like people did me completely unfairly today, talking about, you got something wrong. Well, sounds like the prosecution got something wrong, and I said what the prosecution said, and then Dee Dee's lawyer went and corrected the record for an hour, and I immediately said exactly what Dee Dee's lawyer had said, and that it was compelling. People thinking I don't like Dee Dee's lawyer, but I was very compelled. The only criticism I had of Dee Dee's lawyer yesterday is I felt like he labored the point a bit too much when he had made it very clear that his client hadn't sent the DM. But nobody likes to read. Nobody likes to read all the tweets. They like to just go by the one headline and not read the follow-up, not follow up with what's going on. And I'm honestly disgusted that people from Dirk's team screamed in my face outside the courtroom. It was very unprofessional, very emotional. I don't think there's any place for that sort of attitude in this professional environment. And I really just don't want to talk to them anymore. I thought we had a good relationship. That's definitely not the case. And nobody is going to bully me into not speaking the truth about what's going on in the courtroom. You've got people lying on me, saying that I had Meta glasses on when I obviously didn't. These aren't Meta glasses. There's nothing in these glasses. Same glasses I've been wearing for 4 years. All right. I don't do that type of content. I don't do Meta glasses. That's not what was going on. All right. I had detectives analyze my glasses and make sure they weren't Meta glasses, and it's just a disgrace. When screaming at me in the hallway didn't work, I guess somebody resorted to telling lies about me, and it's just so ironic that you guys are all just so salty about, Jam having this testimony and absolutely frying Dirk, that you guys are going to snitch on me. Like, I don't know who told the court bailiffs or whatever they're called that I was wearing meta glasses and live streaming, but it was absolutely false. I have seen that there is an image going around that was apparently taken in the overflow room. I don't condone that. I'm not going to post it. I'm not going to react to it. I think it's disgraceful. I think it ruins it for all of the good, honest people that came down there that wanted to get in the courtroom and follow these public proceedings because it's their right as Americans for justice to play out in public, for things to be handled properly. And so I don't condone that. Anybody that is trying to film in the courtroom is a disgrace. They should be removed. They should be prosecuted. You can call me the feds all you want, but basically the whole point is the public are allowed to come to this. You're not allowed your phone. You're allowed to write notes, and you're allowed to let people know what's going on. And it's ironic, right? Because if they were letting cameras in the courtroom, you wouldn't need like someone like me reporting on this. The judge has really given me an alley-oop, and a lot of people are upset that I'm kind of, you know, one of the most prominent people covering this, and I'm completely unbiased. People say I'm biased towards Dirk. It's not the case. Anyway, if you want to get kind of, you know, a fake version of what's going on in the courtroom that spins everything to Dirk's favor, you can go to any of the other platforms that are putting that stuff out there. You know, if that's how you, if you want your news kind of sanitized and spun to a you know, preconceived notion that you've got, you know, be my guest. That's your thing. Do it. I'm just going to keep being honest. Today was a bad day for Dirk. If Brian still gets up there and whoops OTF Jam, that's going to be a good day for Dirk, and I'll let you guys know. I'll be talking W's for Dirk. I don't think the mob outside court are going to hear that, and I think the intimidation campaign that's been put on against me is pathetic, and I really can't wait to interview everybody when the verdict comes out. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Right now it's looking bad for Dirk. If it's a not guilty for Dirk, then those people will be vindicated, and I'll be excited to hear what they have to say, because it will really be their day, and I'll be able to put my hands up and say, hey man, you guys got what you want, and I'm reporting that. So, you know what I'm saying? Can we squash the beef? Or Dirk will be getting guilty, and I think there will just be tears all round, and I really would like to hear what some of those people have to say. If the jury legitimately finds Dirk guilty, I really don't care, honestly. I actually don't care. If Dirk wins this, to be honest, like, that gives me loads to talk about. There's going to be loads of things going on in hip-hop. If Dirk loses, well, that's going to be something else to talk about. It's going to be a different angle. It's going to be, you know, a lot of follow-ups with people who had very strange opinions that might not add up later on down the line. But we'll see. I'll let you guys know, and I'll be honest with you all along the way. I'm not claiming to be perfect. I'm not claiming to be a robot that can get everything absolutely right or can reproduce the transcripts just based on my wrist work pause. That's not really how it works. But I'm just giving you the best information that I can get from the courtroom, and I'm letting you guys know that as soon as possible. So, yeah, nobody's going to stop me. I said that I was going to cool off on doing the tweets for a little bit, purely because it's like, people are seeing tweets and then they're having an emotional meltdown about it in front of the courthouse. And, it's not appropriate. And like, the tweets ain't like that was just me basically realizing that I didn't have enough time to go outside and make a video, so I never use X. I was like, why don't I just put some of this info out here? But clearly that's getting under people's skin. But it doesn't do anything I like making videos. I'm a video maker, I'm a filmmaker, I'm a documentary maker, so that's really what I want to be doing. But if there's not enough time, hell, maybe I'll just go and use the restroom, just kick it, you know what I'm saying, check my text, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, can't be stopped, won't be stopped. I'll see you guys at the next one. I'm out for now. Peace.